for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
Oh my God, what is this? Salt. The salt of the earth. Eh, walang kakanta? Senator Bato. The 20th session of the Senate of the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by our distinguished colleague from the city of Makati, no other than Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay.
Our Father in heaven, today we come unto you humbling ourselves and knowing that without you we can do nothing. Lumalapit po kami ng may buong pagkukumbaba na hinihiling ang inyong gabay sa mga desisyon at diskursong magaganap ngayong hapon. Dalangin po namin na sa aming sesyon, alisin niyo ang anumang uri ng puot at pagkamakasarili na maaaring magdulot ng hidwaan at pagkakawatak-watak. Bagkus, bigyan mo po kami ng pusong may kagandahang loob at nagbibigay pag-asa. Naway pag-isahin niyo kami sa mithiing mapabuti ang bansa at mapaganda ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Ama namin sa langit, tanggapin niyo ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat dahil sa inyo kami patuloy na humuhugot ng lakas at pananampalataya. Sa tulong ng inyong walang hanggang pag-ibig at kalooban, panatag naming hinaharap ang anumang pagsubok at hindi kailanman nawawalan ng pag-asa. We pray for another meaningful and fruitful session day today, and we give you all the praise, honor, and glory. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Let us remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng sinanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihi. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Session suspended for 1 minute. We'd like to ask our colleagues to settle down and ask the Secretary to please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, may I just acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Our good friend, former colleague in the House of Representatives, we have Vice Governor Bodji D. of Isabela and Mayor Kiko D. of Echage, Isabela. Governor Dominic Valera also of Abra is here together with Mayor Mila Valera of Bangged, Abra. We welcome all of them in this August chamber. Mr.
Yes, we welcome our distinguished guests, our elected officials, to your Senate. Mabuhay po kayo. Maybe
Thank
we
you,
can ask
Mr.
for a
President.
minute suspension
Yeah,
for
I
us.
would-
Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President.
I believe, Majority Leader, we have a third reading approval of bills. We'll ask
Yes,
everyone to
Mr.
settle
President.
down.
I move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2200. This is the bill on the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotion Act. Mr. President, printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 7, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act promoting mental health and well-being in basic education by institutionalizing a school-based mental health program, establishing care centers, prescribing the creation of new plantilla positions of mental health specialists and mental health associates in the Department of Education, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2200 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the sponsors and authors.
Mr.
Yes.
President, Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking the floor,
Our
and
distinguished
Senator
colleague-
Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, is
Thank you.
recognized. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
actually, sir, I just want to check that the record reflects my request to be a co-sponsor. I'm not sure. And a co-author. Not
We'll-
sure if that's already reflected, so just to be on record. Thank you.
It is,
Yes,
Mr.
it
President.
is, Your Honor.
It's confirmed in the affirmative, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Senator Ontiveros also seeking the floor. I move
Our
that she be
distinguished colleague,
recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Oops, sorry. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, I voted yes to the proposed Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotion Act. And I thank the principal author and sponsor, the good gentleman from Valenzuela, for allowing this representation to be made co-author and co-sponsor. Buo po ang paniniwala ko na itong panukalang batas na pinasa natin on third reading ngayon will complement and further strengthen our existing Mental Health Act o RA 11036 na atin ding isinabatas 5 years ago. Malaking tulong para sa ating mga mag-aaral at kanilang mga mahal sa buhay ang pagkakaroon ng accessible school-based mental health services upang tugunan ang iba't ibang mental health problems mula academic stress hanggang self-injurious and harmful behaviors, gaya ng insidente ng suicide. Kung seryoso ang pamunuan ng Department of Education na siguraduhin ang safety and security of our schools and learners, there is no doubt, Mr. President, that accelerating the mainstreaming of a school-based mental health program would contribute not only to ensuring the physical, but also the psychological safety of our learning environment. Ito dapat ang prioridad na pag-ukulan ng pondo, hindi ang mga counterproductive at redundant na surveillance activities sa mga paaralan. Lalot ang mga surveillance activities, whether done by civilian or uniformed personnel, ay nakakapagpalala lalo ng psychological distress sa ating mga mag-aaral at kaguruan. And at the same time, nagtitiwala po ako, Mr. President, na sa kabila ng paghahangat nating bigyang buhay ang mga school-based mental health programs sa ating mga paaralan, hindi makakalimot ang ating mga education authorities mula DepEd hanggang sa mga mababang paaralan na patuloy na kilalanin, galangin at itaguyod ang mga karapatan ng ating mga service users na pawang menor de edad, their family members and carers, at maging ang mga itatalagang mental health professionals. I do hope that our education authorities will be up to the challenge of institutionalizing and sustaining mental health programs in our schools. Daghang salamat, Mr. President, at mabuhay sa principal author at sponsor.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
Deputy
the
Mayor
principal
Leader.
author of the measure would just like to insert into the records his explanation of vote, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We take note of the manifestation
So as
of
this
the majority
representation,
leader.
thank you,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Also,
Anybody else would
may I
like
make a
to-
suggestion to this principal sponsor? If there is already a House version, later on in the afternoon, we can already create the your panel, the bicameral conference committee panel, on all the bills that we will pass, as long as there's a House version already.
Senator Padilla also would just like to insert into the record this explanation of vote on this particular matter, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note as well.
So as Senator Bongo, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note, Senator
Yeah.
Bongo.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I will now move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2243. This is the bill on the Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we act on that motion, Senator Tolentino is raising his hand.
Mr. President, just to inquire whether the votes cast for the previous measure voted on third reading was read into the records?
Yes, 22 votes in the affirmative
I'm sorry, Mr.
and
President.
0 in the negative.
Must have missed that explanation. Thank you, Mr.
No
President.
worries. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yes, so the
I move
motion
for the
is
previous
to,
motion, Mr. President.
to approve on third reading Senate Bill number 2243. There being no objections, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act strengthening and revitalizing the salt industry in the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Isang maalat na yes. Yes na yes. With, what 21? Sino nawawala? Sir Marcos. Asan siya? With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2243 is approved. On third reading, congratulations to Senator Villar and all her co-sponsors and authors. And also a reminder to Senator Villar if she wants to already come up with a bicameral team so we can elect later this afternoon. We'd like to recognize Senator Villar.
I wish to thank all my fellow senators for voting for the SALT bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to insert into the records my wholehearted support and gratitude to our dear colleagues for prioritizing this very important measure. And this is one of our pet bills, Mr. President, in this Congress. Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
hopefully it will help all the coastal communities like Bulacan
Yes, Mr.
to be
President.
able to produce salt once again. Congratulations to all the coastal communities. Sa amin na sa Bukidnon, wala kaming asin kasi wala kaming
Haba pa
dagat.
madami, Mr. President.
Pero-
Thank you, Mr. President. As in.
Yes. As in, maraming
Yes.
salamat.
Maraming salamat po. Mr. President, this juncture, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 19th session Wednesday.
May I just make one manifestation if I can be made co-author, Majority Leader,
Yes.
of the SALT measure?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We'd like to put that on record.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 19th session Wednesday, September 6, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 778, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on alleged violations of Dole Department Order 174 or the law on labor contracting with the end in view of reviewing the same vis-a-vis all laws and regulations pertinent thereto and adopting measures for its proper implementation. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment, Human Resource Development.
779, honoring and commending the Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos of year 2023. Senator Escudero.
To the Committee on Rules.
780, commending and congratulating Filipina peace negotiator, university professor, and longtime peace advocate Miriam Coronel Ferrer for being one of the 2023 Ramon Magsaysay awardees, Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines, transmitting to the Senate two original copies of the following Republic Acts, which were signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Republic Act number 11939, 11953, 11958, 11959, 11960, and 11961.
To the archives.
Letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate two original copies of the following acts which lapsed into law pursuant to Article 627, Section 27, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution. RA number 11956 and 11957.
To the archives. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2224 under Committee Report number 70. This is the bill on ease of paying taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, we'd like to recognize
Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
sponsors.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And with that, I move to open the period of amendments.
there being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no committee amendments, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection to the motion, period of individual amendments is open.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for his individual amendments, together with Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Mr. President, to introduce his individual amendments.
Yes, to introduce their, we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to sponsor, and Senator Bong Revilla to introduce amendments. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your kind indulgence and with the indulgence of the body, this proposed amendment is quite lengthy, and we will also spread into the record some of the rationale on why we are amending some of the proposals. So let me start off, Mr. President, with on page 2.
So if we're going to go page per page, page
Yes.
1, are there amendments to page 1? There any amendments to page 1, Senator Bong? Okay, so proceed to page 2.
Page 2, line 3, up to page 3, line 21. Delete the entire section 3, amending section 21 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, NIRC, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. The amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, with your permission, let me just spread into the records the rationale. Mr. President, based on the discussion with the good minority floor leader during the period of interpellation, we came to the conclusion that instead of classifying taxpayers into micro, small, and medium, it would be better to set certain parameter for taxpayers who are to enjoy additional benefits from this bill, that is, taxpayers with assets worth 20 million and below. The benefits for these taxpayers will be enumerated in the subsequent new sections that we will introduce later on. The purpose of this is to focus and assist on the needs of the small business owners in terms of tax compliance and monitoring of the BIR for a more responsive tax administrations. Since there will no longer be classification of taxpayers, then there is no need to amend Section 21 of the NIRC, hence the deletion of the entire Section 3 of the EOPT. Next amendment, Mr. President, on Section 8, amending Section 57 of the NIRC.
So we just like to take it page by page. Do we have
yeah.
any other amendments on page 3? How about for Senator Bong? Any amendments on page 3, Your Honors? There being none, we move to page 4. Are there any amendments on page 4? There being none, we move to page 5. Are there any amendments on page 5? Senator Bong, what pages, maybe Majority Leader, you can confer with him? Okay. So, no amendments on page 5. We will now go to page 6 and recognize the sponsor. Please proceed.
On
Your
page
sponsor.
6, lines 23 to 24, up to page 7, lines 1 to 3, delete the following starting with the colon and the phrase provided that in the exercise of his power to classify taxpayers under Section 21B, the Secretary of Finance, upon recommendation of the Commissioner, is also authorized to determine taxpayers who shall not be required to withhold taxes under subsection B of this section.
So we remove that.
Yes, Mr. President.
That is deleted.
Yes.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's adopted. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Nothing on page 7, Mr. President. We
So
go
on page 7, there are no amendments on page 7. On page 8,
page 8. Page 8, line 13, after the word fact, insert the word of. I so move, Mr. President.
1 second, Your Honor. Page 8, line 13.
13. After the word fact, insert the word of.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
On the same page, still on line 13, after the word withholding, insert the words and remittance.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
Still on the same page, line 13, delete the word is and replace it with the word are. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is adopted.
On page 8, line 17, after the words fiscal year, insert a colon and thereafter insert the following phrase. Provided, comma, that the same had been declared in the tax return where the corresponding income is reported. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is adopted.
On page 9, Mr. President.
Amendment on page 9, please proceed.
On page 9, line 16, after the word business, insert the comma, insert the following phrase. The taxpayer shall file. On page 9, line 16, after the word business and the comma, insert the following phrase. The taxpayer shall file an application for refund of. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
Still on the same page, line 17, after the word credit, delete the words of the said taxpayer shall be refunded and replace it with a comma followed by the word and the BIR shall decide on the application and refund the excess taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments adopted.
Nothing on page 10, Mr. President.
So page 10, no amendments. On page 11,
None, Mr. President.
there being no amendments on page 11. On page 12,
Nothing on page 12.
how about on page 13? Senator, our distinguished minority floor leader would like to recognize.
Mr. President, we're having difficulty following the proposed amendments because my copy, I don't think it is a faithful reproduction of the copy being used by our sponsor, Mr. President.
I can follow the good sponsor. Maybe I'll ask for a 1-minute suspension
Yeah.
to give the minority floor leader your proposed amendment. Session
Yeah.
suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. We also furnished the good minority leader what we call the amended copy, where all the amendments were indicated, so that
So we are now, for clarification, we are now on page 4
page 12.
of your page 4 of your amended copy, your amendments,
Yes, Mr. President.
and page 12 of the committee report.
Yes, Mr. President. Correct.
So we have no amendments on page 12. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, no amendments on page 12
And page 13 as well.
no amendments, Mr. President. We go on page 14.
We are now page 14 of the committee report and page 4 of your amendments. Please
Yes,
proceed.
Mr. President. On page 14, line 20, after the word equivalent, insert the words value in money. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendment. Amendments adopted.
No amendments, no further amendments on page 14, Mr. President.
How about page 15?
No amendments, Mr. President.
Page 16?
Page 16. On page 16, line 16, after the word tax, insert the following phrase, "and those amounts earmarked for payment to third party or receive as reimbursement for payment on behalf of other which do not redound to the benefit of the seller." Sorry, Mr. President, let me just repeat it. On page 16, line 16, after the word tax, insert the following phrase, "and those amounts earmarked for payment to third party or receive as reimbursement for payment on behalf of another, which do not redound to the benefit of the seller as provided under relevant laws, rules, and regulations, provided, that for long-term contracts for a period of 1 year or more, the invoice shall be issued on the month in which the service or use or lease of properties is rendered or supplied." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment is hereby adopted subject to style.
On page 16 to 17, delete the entire paragraph C of section 108. Thus delete on page 16 lines 19 to 24 and on page 17 lines 1 to 3. I so move. 1 to 13. Yes.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments adopted.
With your permission, Mr. President, I just want to read the rationale for that amendment.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, for Section 17, amending Section 108 of the NIRC, this amendment is for the recognition of the pass-through revenue concept. Under this concept, pass-through revenues received by a seller do not form part of the seller's gross sales because the money received by the seller does not belong to the seller and does not redound to the seller's benefit. In other words, the seller receives this money in the capacity of a collecting agent for a third party. The said third party is the proper entity to record the payment received as its gross sales. With regard to the transfer of the proposed paragraph C of Section 108 with modification to Section 110 of the NIRC, the purpose of the amendment is to cover both goods and services. In other words, with the amendment, both sellers of goods and services can claim output VAT credit on uncollected revenues.
Receivables.
As uncollected receivables. Sorry, Mr. President.
No problem. We take note of the
Yes,
rationale.
thank you. Mr. President, on section 7, on page 17, line 7,
Line 17.
on page 17, line 17, delete the following. Open parentheses, number 1, close parentheses, and the phrase subject to the provisions of subsection 2 thereof. Then capitalize letter T in the word the. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments adopted.
On page 18, delete lines 4 to 8, specifically the second paragraph which reads, number 2, a VAT-registered person may elect that subsection 1 not apply to its sale of goods and properties or services, provided that an election made under this subsection shall be irrevocable for a period of 3 years from the quarter the election was made. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendments adopted subject to style.
And let me just insert into the records the rationale. To give a background, Section 109, number 2 is a previous provision found in the tax code but was deleted under the train law. Mr. President, upon further study, this representation notes that Section 1092, in effect, gives the seller option to choose to apply 12% VAT on the VAT-exempt transaction under Section 1091. To illustrate, Mr. President, the sale of medicines for diabetes under Section 1091AA is VAT-exempt, but under Section 1092, the seller is given the option to elect that this sale will not be considered as VAT-exempt. In that case, the seller will consider the sale as a normal transaction subject to VAT. As a consequence, the buyer of medicine for diabetic will shoulder the VAT on transaction. This is contrary to the reason and intent of the legislature to exempt these medicines from VAT. Going to the next page, Mr. President, on page 19.
Yes, please proceed.
On page 19, line 6, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. Letter D, output VAT credit on uncollected receivables, period, dash. A seller of goods or services may deduct the output VAT pertaining to receivables considered as bad debts in accordance to Section 34E of this code from its output VAT during the period when the said bad debts were written off, provided that the seller has fully paid the VAT on the transaction, provided, further, that the VAT component of the bad debt written off has not been claimed as allowable deduction under Section 34E of this code. In case of recovery of bad debts previously written off, the output VAT pertaining to bad debts recovered shall be added to the output VAT of the taxpayer during the period of recovery. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, with your permission, Mr. President, I'd like to insert the rationale. This amendment moving the provision of bad debts from Section 108 to Section 110 of the NIRC is being proposed in order for the sellers of goods to also be able to deduct the output VAT from the bad debts as tax credit. Previously, the concept of bad debts was only under Section 108, which pertains to sale of services. Further, the amendment is to clarify that the application of the concept of bad debts for VAT purposes. The amendment is being proposed in order to clarify that the VAT component of the bad debts shall be deducted from the output VAT of the taxpayer. This clarification is also a result of this representation's discussion with a good minority floor leader who suggested that the output VAT credit resulting from bad debts should be used as an adjustment in computing the VAT liability of a taxpayer. So, proceeding to page 21, Mr. President.
Yes, no amendments on page 20.
No amendments, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
On page 21, line 5, after the words above described, insert a colon and the following proviso. Provided, further, that in case of disallowance by the Commission on Audit, only the taxpayer shall be liable for the disallowed amount without prejudice to any administrative liability on the part of any employee of the BAR who may be found to be grossly negligent in the grant of refund. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendment. Amendments adopted, subject to style.
Going to page 24, Mr. President.
Any amendments on page 22?
No amendments, Mr. President.
Any amendments on page 23, Your Honor?
No amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, please proceed on page 24.
Page 24, line 10, after the words issuer/seller and the comma, insert the phrase description of the transaction, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Item
No
11.
amendment on page 25, Mr.
No amendment on page 25. On page 26, please proceed.
On page 26, line 10, delete the word gross. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 11, delete the word receipts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Nothing on page, no further amendments, page 26, Mr. President.
On page 27, do we have amendments, Your Honors?
No amendment.
Any amendments on page 28, my distinguished colleagues?
No amendment, Mr. President.
On page 29, are there any amendments?
No amendment, Mr. President.
Please proceed on page 30.
Page 30, line 14, after the word sales and the comma, delete the word receipts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 30, line 19, after the word sales, delete the comma and the word receipts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
The next item, I believe, is on page 33. Is there any amendments on page 31? Your Honor.
None, Mr. President.
Are there any amendments on page 32?
No amendments, Mr. President.
Please proceed on page 33, Your Honor.
On page 33, line 20, after the word penalty, insert the words as provided under section 229 of this code. As so moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 33, line 23, after the word process, insert the words and decide. As so moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 33, line 24, delete the word 50 and the numerical equivalent of 150. Thereafter, replace it with the word 80, followed with the numerical equivalent of 180. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, subject to style, motion is approved.
On page 34, line 7, delete the word act and replace it with the words process and decide. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion and the amendments approved.
On page 34, line 8, after the word within, insert the word the. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
And lastly, on page 34, line 8, delete the word 50 and the numerical equivalent of 150. Thereafter, replace the word 80 with the followed by the numerical equivalent of 180 and add a hyphen. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved, subject to style.
Nothing on page 35, Mr. President.
There being no amendment on page 35, please proceed to page
Page
36.
On paragraph C, page 36, lines 23 to 24, after the word office, delete the words where such person is to transfer, and replace it with the words which initiated the audit investigation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 36, line 24, replace the colon with a period and delete the word provided, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 37, delete lines 1 to 3. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On paragraph E, subparagraph 2, page 37, line 20, after the words gross sales, delete the words gross receipt. I so move, Mr. President. Delete the words or receipts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
No more on page 37, Mr. President.
Any amendments on page, other amendments on page 37?
No more, Mr.
There
President.
being none, we move towards page 38. Any amendments on page 38?
No amendments, Mr. President.
On page 39, Your Honors.
No amendment, Mr. President.
On page 40, my dear colleagues, are there any amendments?
No amendment, Mr. President.
On page 41, please proceed, Your Honor.
On page 41, line 12, after the words valued at, delete the word 1 and replace it with the word 5. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Correspondingly, delete the numerical equivalent 1 and replace it with the numerical equivalent 5. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved. Subject to style.
No further amendment on page 41, Mr. President.
No amendment on page 41. On page 42, Your Honor. Please proceed.
On page 42, insert a new section which shall amend section 238 of the NIRC. On page 42, line 14, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 33, section 238 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended is hereby further amendment to read as follows. Section 238, printing of sales or commercial invoices, all persons who are engaged in business shall secure from the Bureau of Internal Revenue an authority to print sales or commercial invoices before a printer can print the same. No authority to print sales or commercial invoices shall be granted unless the invoices to be printed are serially numbered and shall show, among other things, the name, taxpayer identification number, TIN, and business address of the person or entity to use the same, and such other information that may be required by rules and regulations to be promulgated by the Secretary of Finance upon recommendation of the Commissioner. All persons who print sales or commercial invoices shall maintain a logbook/register of taxpayers who availed of their printing services, period. The logbook/register shall contain the following information, column. Number 1, names, TINs of the persons or entities for whom the sales or commercial invoices were printed, semicolon, and number 2, of booklets, number of sets per booklet, number of copies per set, and the serial numbers of the invoices in each booklet. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, subject to style, is adopted.
In view of the previous amendment, Mr. President, I propose to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
And with the permission of the President, let me just spread into the records the rationale. We are proposing to insert a new section under Section 34 of this bill that will amend Section 238 of the NIRC. The amendment for Section 238 is simply to delete all words receipts or, and also delete the phrase business style wherever these may appear in the said section. The deletion of the word receipts is mainly for purposes of consistency with the shift from receipts to invoices. On the other hand, the deletion of the phrase business style is in line with the other proposed amendments in the tax code, particularly Section 21, amending Section 113 of the NIRC as amended, deleting the required providing information pertaining to business style in invoices.
We take note. Please proceed.
Mr.
Do we have
President,
amendments on page 43?
no amendments, Mr. President.
On page 44?
Page 44, line
Please proceed.
4. Insert paragraph I of Section 245, and then after the words tax statistics, insert a comma. Thereafter, the phrase, the publication of information required to be published pursuant to any law, rules, and regulations. For purposes of publication, the Bureau of Internal Revenue may make use of any electronic means of publication in the official gazette or its official website. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 44, line 15, delete the words medium and. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motions, amendments approved.
On the same page, but in line 20, after the word service provider, delete the open bracket. Then, on page 45, line 24, after the period, delete the close bracket, in effect retaining all the provisions in between. So moved, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 46, line 5, delete the words medium N. So moved, Mr.
So
President.
45, yes, no more amendments on 45. So
Yep.
page 46, please proceed.
Sorry. Ano ba sinabi ko?
Yes, page 46, line 5, you
Ah.
mentioned, yes.
Yeah. On
Delete
page
the
46, line 5, delete the words medium
And
N.
there be no objection, amendments approved.
Guluhan na.
Page 47.
No more.
Mr.
Yeah.
President?
Yes, I believe Senator Revilla has an amendment for page 47.
Yes, with the indulgence of the good senator, the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, may I be allowed to introduce an amendment on page 47, line 20, insert a new provision and renumber the succeeding provisions accordingly. Applicability of data privacy principles. The processing, recording, transmission, and storage of all personal data under this Act shall be in accordance with the Republic Act Number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012, and other laws on the disclosure of information to the public in adherence to the principles of transparency, legitimate purpose, and proportionality. The rationale, Mr. President, it is essential that as we streamline processes that allow our taxpayers to comply with tax laws with ease, we also guarantee that that the data privacy is protected, Mr. President, especially when there is a proliferation of cybercrimes. The data and information they surrender to the state as they comply with their obligations as taxpayers must be protected against abuse and exploitation. As they do their share as partner of the state through the payment of taxes that are considered as the very oil that fuel government services, we must also afford them ample protection and assurance that their rights are not transgressed.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, the sponsor accepts the measure, therefore the amendment is adopted.
And
Thank you very much,
And I
Senator.
thank the gentleman from Cavite for proposing that amendment to protect the privacy of our taxpayers, especially in disclosures and information gathering, Mr. President. So thank you. Thank you to my seatmate.
Senator Bong Revilla, thank you po. So please proceed on page 47.
Page 47. Page 47, after line 19, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 40, digitalization of BIR services. In order to improve the performance and efficiency in the delivery of its services, the BIR shall adopt an integrated digitalization strategy by providing automated end-to-end solutions for the benefit of taxpayers. For this purpose, the BIR Central Office, Regional Offices, RDOs, and other pertinent units shall, letter A, adopt an integrated and automated system for accepting and facilitating basic tax services such as registration, TIN issuance, and validation, filing of returns, submission of supporting documents and attachments, and supporting documents as attachments, and payment of taxes as well as fines, surcharges, or penalties. B, immediate take measures to set up electronic and online systems that will make the means of exchanging data and information between offices, departments, AABs, and other pertinent units secure, efficient, and seamless. Letter C, streamline procedures by adopting automation and digitalization of BIR services to minimize face-to-face transactions and to facilitate efficient delivery of services to taxpayers. And letter D, build up its technology capabilities including the creation of data centers, data repositories, basic messaging, and electronic mail facilities, encryption system, and cybersecurity system. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is adopted.
Yes, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our esteemed colleague, this representation and the minority leader would just like to ensure that we are following properly, Mr. President. The one that was introduced a while ago by Senator Revilla is a new section. Is that correct, Your
Yes,
Honor?
Mr. President.
So that's a new section prior to the section that you just introduced.
Yes,
So it's
yes,
more
Mr.
of an
President.
interior. Yes, just to be clarified, Mr. President.
Yes, I will
Thank you, Mr.
renumber the
President.
sections accordingly.
Yes, that means there are two new sections that were
Yes.
introduced,
Yes,
Mr. President.
we just have to renumber it accordingly, Mr. President. Thank you for that intervention, Mr. President, to clarify the proposal.
Yes,
Mr.
please proceed on the item number 19.
Mr. President, on page 47, before lines 20, insert a new section 41 to read as follows. Section 41, EOPT and Digitalization Roadmap, period dash. The BIR shall develop an ease of paying taxes, EOPT, and digitalization roadmap that will provide for the programs and projects to be implemented to ensure ease of compliance of tax laws, rules, and regulations, including but not limited to the adoption of simplified tax returns, streamlining of tax processes, reduction of tax or documentary requirements, and digitalization of BIR services as provided under Section 40 of this Act. Provided that in developing this roadmap, the BIR shall prioritize taxpayers with total assets of not more than 20 million pesos who are considered as micro and small taxpayers for purposes of this Act, in terms of streamlining tax procedures and documentary requirements according to taxpayer size and capacity to comply. Provided, further, that the BIR shall ensure the accessibility of its various services to different taxpayers, particularly those with total assets of not more than 20 million pesos, so as to improve tax compliance and enhance taxpayer convenience. The BIR shall submit an annual report on the EOPT and digitalization roadmap to the Congressional Oversight on Comprehensive Tax Reform Program as provided under Section 290 of the NIRC as amended. I so move, Mr. President, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, just to spread into the records the rationale, this amendment is in support of the previous section on digitalization and to ensure that the DOF and the BIR will be able to achieve the objectives of this bill. Mr. President, on the proviso on accessibility, this provision is to ensure that everyone can reap the benefits of digitalization. The BIR is mandated to ensure that all taxpayers, especially the micro and small taxpayers, can cope with the changes brought about digitalization. This can be made possible by requiring the BIR to ensure the accessibility of taxpayers to its various services. This representation believes that the digitalization is futile if it is only accessible to large taxpayers who have the capacity and resources. Digitalization must be inclusive, available, and applicable for all taxpayers regardless of size. That's for the rationale, Mr. President. May I move to...
Yes. We take notes and put on record your rationale.
Thank you, Mr. President. After Section 39, amending 269J of the NIRC, another new section shall be inserted, which shall now be the new Section 42 of this bill. The new Section 42, special incentives for certain taxpayers. The following incentives shall be made available to all taxpayers with total assets not exceeding 20 million pesos who are considered as micro and small taxpayers for purposes of this Act, A. The income tax return required under Section 51 shall consist of maximum of 2 pages in paper form or electronic form. Semicolon. B. Exemption from obligation to withhold taxes as provided in Section 57B of the NIRC as amended. C. A reduced rate of 15% for civil penalties as provided under Section 248 of the NIRC as amended. D. A 20% reduction on the interest rate imposed under 249 of the NIRC as amended. E. A reduced fine of 500 pesos as penalty for failure to file certain information returns as provided under Section 250 of the NIRC as amended. And F. Reduce compromise penalty rate of at least 50% for violations of Section 113, 237, and 238 of the NIRC as amended. As so moved, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendment. Amendment's approved.
On page 48, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed.
On page 48, line 1, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 44, transitory clause, period dash. Taxpayers are hereby given 6 months from the effectivity of the implementing revenue regulations to comply with the amendments to Title 4 on value-added tax of the NIRC as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendment. Amendment's approved.
And renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
We take note and inform the Secretary.
Last, no? And lastly, Mr. President, on the title of the bill, after the words sections, delete number 21. Then after number 237, insert number 238. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And in the title, I will no longer propose a new title because of the appeal of the distinguished sponsor not to change it as I wanted to change it into the ease of collecting taxes.
And Mr. President, in addition to that, the proposal and the suggestions of the good minority leader, which truly transformed this bill into ease of paying taxes, particularly for micro and small enterprises.
So meron ng ease of paying taxes talaga?
Meron naman.
Okay. Because it seemed to me when we were debating, it looked like the ease of collecting taxes. And yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not false advertising, Your Honors. Because baka mag-complain nga sila na it's actually paying taxes.
Yes, and
or
Mr.
collecting taxes rather than paying taxes.
Mr. President,
so,
the good
for the record, my distinguished sponsor, our distinguished sponsor, for the record, from the bottom of your heart, you feel that the passage of this measure will give ease to the taxpayer in actually paying taxes?
Yes, Mr. President, from the bottom of my heart and from my analysis, this will definitely improve the compliance and payment of taxes by our taxpayers, particularly, as amended by a good minority leader, micro and small enterprises. And not only compliance, but the good minority leader also reduced the penalties being imposed to micro and small enterprises. Mr. President, our regime now imposes the same penalty for all types of taxpayer, whether you're micro or large, you're imposed the same. But the amendment of the good minority leader reduced the penalties for the micro and small enterprises.
Therefore, with that explanation, I will withdraw my plan to make an amendment on the title.
I thank the good Senate President for his appreciation of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished sponsor. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. We are, our colleagues will be awaiting for the clean copy of the measure, and so we move that we suspend the consideration of Senate Bill number 2224 under Committee Report number 70, which is the ease of paying taxes, Mr. President.
Yes, Session suspended for 1 minute. So Bishop.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Yes, I think there was a query by the Secretariat on a particular provision that he might have missed. Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Saan yan dito? Anong section yan? Para makita ko. Ito, di ba?
Yes, sir. Kasi wala na pong
Ito yun eh. Okay. Ito yun eh, nawala na nga. Okay. Just to clarify, Mr. President, ito yun, di ba? Yes. This is the
Yes, please proceed. Joe.
the whole section 8 na. Okay. After clean copy na lang. Oo, baka maano. Wala kasi siya dito eh. Mr. President, on page, just to clarify, on page 6, delete subsection 8 and, sorry, on page 6, delete section 8 and renumber accordingly, Mr. President.
Delete section 8
Yes.
and renumber accordingly. Is that a motion, an amendment?
That's a,
Is that an explanation or an amendment?
it's an amendment, Mr. President.
So can you restate the amendment again? On
Mr.
which page?
On,
Page
on
6?
page 6, lines 20, sorry, on page 6, lines 12, iba kala ito, ano? 12 to 24, up to page 7, lines 1 to 3, delete the entire section 8, to be exact. Renumber accordingly.
And renumber accordingly. There being any objection? No objection? The amendment is adopted, subject to style.
And lastly, Mr. President, on the title, delete number 57.
Yes, there being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
So
President.
definitely we'll need a clean copy to
Yes.
review this all by tomorrow. So thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Mr. President, I move for the previous motion that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2224 under Committee Report number 70. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee report number 118 on Senate Bill number 2432. This is the bill pertains to the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, so transferred. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee report number 118.
If there's no objection, consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 1118 is now in order.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
The sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar.
I did. May we ask the Secretary General to read the title of the measure, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. The Secretary is
Thank you, Mr.
directed to read the said measure.
An act defining the crimes of agricultural economic sabotage, providing penalties therefor, creating the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council, repealing Republic Act number 10845 or the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the previous question to recognize the distinguished lady from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar, our chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
The chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. I rise to sponsor the substitute bill, Senate Bill 2432, under Committee Report number 118 of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform and the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Finance, and Ways and Means, entitled An Act Defining the Crimes of Agricultural Economic Sabotage, Providing Penalties Therefore, Creating the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council, Repealing Republic Act number 10845, or the Anti-Agriculture Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes, taking into consideration bills introduced by Senators J.V. Ejercito, Lito Lapid, Ramon Bong Revilla, yours truly, Senators Joel Villanueva, Risa Hontiveros, Robin Hood Padilla, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and Rafi Tulfo, and also taking into consideration Senate Resolution number 206 by Senator Amy Marcos and House Bill number 3917, introduced by Representative Marcos, Nograles, Luistro et al., which seeks to define and propose stiff penalties for agriculture economic sabotage to include not only smuggling but also hoarding, profiteering, and cartel. The measure would repeal the Anti-Agriculture Smuggling Act of 2016 or Republic Act number 10845. With no conviction made 7 years after the passage of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act, the law is a failure at the hands of the Bureau of Customs, which, as provided for in Section 6, implementing rules and regulation of the existing law, was mandated to promulgate the implementing rules and regulations of the existing law within 30 days upon its effectivity. It's been 7 years and there is not a single conviction. Mr. President, according to the Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura or SINAG, the Philippine government is losing at least 200 billion revenues a year due to smuggling. Smuggling brings about unfair competition for locally produced goods because it floods the market of cheaper agricultural products. It puts undue risk to our consumers' health, deprives the government of revenues from uncollected taxes and custom duties, encourages corruption, and threatens the rule of law. Smuggling is one of the reasons why many of our farmers continue to live in poverty. The illegal entry of agricultural products threatens their livelihood and the welfare of 2/3 of our population who depend on agriculture on agriculture. Illicit trade exposes consumers to unregulated products often manufactured in unsanitary conditions. Farm commodities being smuggled into the country include sugar, corn, pork, poultry, garlic, onion, carrots, fish, and cruciferous vegetable, as per data cited by the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. Tobacco has been included. The estimated revenue loss from excise tax alone amounts to 24.7 billion. Euromonitor report estimating that 16.7%, or about 9.52 billion sticks of the total cigarette volume sold in the Philippines, will come from illegal sources in 2022. Most illicit cigarettes are shipped from Cambodia, Vietnam, and China and enter through Sulu and Tawi-Tawi. In 2022, the National Tobacco Administrator recorded a total of 43.81 million kilograms of tobacco produced by the local farmers, of which 53% or 23.21 million kilograms were exported and 47% or 20.59 million kilograms were supplied to the local tobacco manufacturers. Tobacco is produced by farmers in Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Abra, La Union, Pangasinan, Isabela, Cagayan, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, Tarlac, and Occidental Mindoro. Today, the tobacco industry employs at least 2.1 million people, including more than 430,000 farmers, farm workers, and their family members. The increased tax made the smuggling of cigarettes an even more lucrative business. It may worsen the country's problem on smuggling. Illicit tobacco trade reduces the effectiveness of public health policies designed to discourage smoking with unregulated, substandard quality and non-compliant products. It makes it easier for minors to access tobacco products and undermines the legitimate industry's business. Suggested in the proposed law are the following. Economic sabotage shall refer to any act or activity that disrupts the economy by creating artificial shortage, promoting excessive importation, manipulating prices and supply, evading payment or underpayment of tariffs and custom duties, threatening local production and food security, gaining excessive or exorbitant profits by exploiting situations, creating scarcity, and entering into agreements that defeat fair competition to the prejudice of the public. The creation, establishment of the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council, which shall be under and chaired by the President with 15 members, whose powers include the formulation of a national plan to address and counter the agricultural smuggling crimes enumerated. In the proper time, we will amend to state that majority to constitute a quorum shall be 1/3 or 6 members. The DOJ is mandated to constitute a special team of prosecutors all over the country which shall evaluate evidence submitted, consolidate criminal complaints, apply for the issuance of warrant, initiate the conduct and preliminary investigation. We will create an anti-agricultural economic sabotage enforcement group composed of 7 government law enforcement agencies and representative of concerned agricultural sector whose participation shall be defined by the Council, who shall effect searches and seizures, arrests and filing of cases before the prosecutor and appropriate agencies. Custody and disposition of confiscated seized agricultural products and property used in the commission of the crime for highly perishable goods, a video recording or photograph with the presence of the accused or his counsel, with an elected public official and a representative of the National Prosecution Service or the media shall within 24 hours after a video is taken shall destroy the same. For non-perishable goods, an inventory shall be taken in the presence of the accused or his counsel with an elected public official and a representative of the National Prosecution Service or the media within 24 hours upon confiscation, store the same in a designated place by the counsel. Once the case is filed, the court may within 72 hours conduct an ocular inspection of the confiscated, seized, or surrendered agri and fisheries product and direct the enforcement group within 24 hours to destroy the same with the presence of any public official, a representative of the media, the DOJ, agri-fishery sector representative. Any government officer or employee who violates the mandatory destruction of agricultural products shall suffer the penalty of life imprisonment. What to do with goods seized, locally sourced agricultural products subject to the crimes of hoarding, profiteering, and cartel shall be donated by the Council to the Kadiwa or succeeding similar program of the DA for sale in the market, the profits of which shall be used in support of the programs and projects for small farmers and fisher folks. Property used in the commission of the crimes of economic sabotage, such as but not limited to vehicles, vessels, aircrafts, storage areas, warehouses, boxes, cases, trunks, and other containers of whatever character confiscated, seized, or surrendered in favor of the government to be auctioned off or declared for the official use of counsel with a special team of prosecutors and the enforcement group, monetary rewards, and other incentives to informers, among others. Definition of the crime: agricultural hoarding is committed by undue accumulation and unreasonable refusal in the face of the existing shortage of products, artificial or real, by person or combination of persons to dispose of, sell, or distribute such products to the general public. There shall be prima facie evidence of hoarding when a person has stocks of said products 30% higher than his usual inventory. The determination of the person's usual inventory shall be reckoned from the third month immediately preceding the discovery of the excess stock in case the person has been engaged in the business for at least 3 months. It shall be reckoned from the time he started his business. The proposed law defines profiteering as used in this act is the sale of or offering for sale of the agricultural products at a price grossly in excess of their true worth, as indicated in the daily price index in the face of existing shortage or emergency, artificial or real. There shall be prima facie evidence of profiteering whenever a product being sold has no price tag or misrepresented as to its weight or measurement, adulterated or diluted, or whether a person raises the price of any of the product being sold by more than 10% of its price using the daily price index. In agri-smuggling, as proposed in the bill, mere possession or presence of any listed agri-products in any BOC-controlled port, fish fort, fish landing site, resort, airport, or warehouse, cold storage vessel, and other storage area shall constitute prima facie evidence or violation. The crimes of agricultural smuggling, hoarding, profiteering, and cartel as economic sabotage are committed when the value of each agricultural and fishery product subject of the crime is at least 1 million pesos during the daily price index under Section 19 of this Act, computed at the time the crime was committed. Aside from agricultural smuggling, several measures are proposed to include hoarding, profiteering, cartel, and other market abuses as punishable acts. Cartel as a crime as used in this act is committed by any combination or agreement between two or more persons engaged in the production, manufacture, processing, storage, supply, distribution, marketing, sale, or disposition of any agricultural and fishery products designed to artificially or unreasonably increase or manipulate its price, involving agricultural products referred to. This also includes parallel pricing where multiple sellers or traders offer the same or similar product with similar price points, leaving the consumer with no choice except to buy the same. Sa mga nakalistang mga halimbawa ng naunang nabanggit, ito ay prima facie ng paglabag at magbibigay ng karapatan sa mga authorized na miyembro o grupo na bumubuo ng enforcement group para makapasok sa lugar kung saan ang mga agricultural products ay makikita, kumpiskahin at mga ito at arestuhin ang mga taong nasa lugar ng krimen. The measure also increases the jail terms for smuggling to 30 to 40 years, as well as the fine twice the fair value and the aggregate amount of the taxes, duties, and other unpaid charges of smuggled items. It also prohibited farmers and fisher folks cooperative given grants by government in the form or cold storages, warehouse, and similar facilities intended for their exclusive use are rented out or made available for the use in any way by non-members such as traders and other private businesses. The proposed penalties are life imprisonment for any person who commits or aids in the commission of any of the prohibited acts enumerated. If a government officer or employee is the offender of the crime, aids in the commission of the crime, or prevents the filing of the case or its prosecution, or the actual arrest of the suspect, the penalty is also life imprisonment, in addition to his or her perpetual disqualification from holding public office, exercise the right to vote, participate in any public election, and forfeiture of his or her employment, monetary, and financial benefits. The prima facie violation of any of the crimes as economic sabotage herein and the possession of any agricultural products as its threshold amount under Section 4 of this Act shall be considered evidence of strong guilt which renders the offense non-bailable. If the offender is a juridical person, the criminal liability shall attach to the President, the Chief Operating Officer, manager, or any officer who participated in the decision that led to the commission of this prohibited act. Any person found guilty under this act shall be perpetually and absolutely disqualified to engage in any business involving importation, transportation, storage, and domestic trade of agricultural products. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, for this reason, I urge you to join me in enacting this measure. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Cynthia Villar. Majority Leader.
Yes, we'd like to spread into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude to the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture for acting swiftly, Mr. President, for this very important landmark legislation. And I'm happy, Mr. President, because I'm one of the co-authors of this measure. And with that, Mr. President, may I just put into the records the intention of this representation together with Senators Ejercito, De La Rosa, Estrada, to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. If there's an objection, so inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to further study the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118 is now in order. Consideration is suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellations and debates, and with that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period interpellation is now in order. Senators Tulfo and our Minority Leader are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll just, so with the permission of our sponsor, if we can continue with our interpellation, which was started last session, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. Sponsor, our idol, can we continue with our...
Yes, Your Honor,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you.
During the last session, Mr. President, I think this representation asked for the standards found in MLC 2006, which we transported into our measure. And the sponsor said that there are at least 6 standards, and the sponsor mentioned rights. May we know what are the other salient features of MLC 2006, which we can find in the measure, Mr. President?
Okay, thank you for that question, Mr. President. And Your Honor, there are 6 areas of concern that should be observed and followed in order to protect the rights and privileges of our seafarers. And those areas concern to be considered under the European Commission guidance. Yung 6 activities areas listed below, number 1 is monitoring, supervision, evaluation of training and assessment, examination and assessment of competence. Number 2, program and course design and approval. Number 3, number 4, availability and use of training facilities and simulators. Number 5, onboard training. And number 6, issue, revalidation, and registration of certificates and endorsement. Your Honor, Mr. President.
Sige po, yung 6 na areas na yan po yung mahalaga sa MLC 2006 na sinigurado nating mahanap natin sa ating panukalang batas na Magna Carta for Seafarers.
That is
yan?
correct.
Sige po.
Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you po. Ang Pilipinas po ay state party sa 1978 STCW. Dahil po tayo state party dyan, ano po ang pinakamalaki nating obligasyon under that agreement, Mr. President?
Okay, Mr. President, Your Honor, of course, we have to abide by the rules and regulations under the STCW, which is meron pong a set standard na sinusunod when it comes to training and education for all seafarers, Mr. President.
Diyan po tayo nagka-issue sa EU, tama po ba yun? Na ang aligasyon ba ay hindi tayo compliant with the standards sa STCW 1978?
That is correct, Mr. President. Nakita kasi ng EU na napakarami nating violation pagdating po sa curriculum, sa training. Hindi ho tayo sumusunod sa MLC standard of 2006. That's why we were issued so many violations, and because of that, medyo nag-fail tayo sa ginawa nilang pag-inspect sa atin several times until pinaka-recent in 2021 when we failed to the inspection conducted by the EC. What we did is we submitted our position paper telling them that we already complied doon sa mga nirekuha nila sa atin. That's why they gave us a provisionary extension. I believe it's good for 5 years or maybe more. So right now, naka-provisionary pa lang tayo, Mr. President.
Ano pong laman nitong ating panukalang batas na tumutugon dun sa mga concerns natin under SDCW 1978?
Thank you, Mr. President. Number one is curriculum. Ayan yun po yung unang-una na napansin na hindi natin sinusunod. Merong mga subjects doon na wala sa curriculum na hindi tumutugma at sumusunod doon sa required ng MLC 2006. Yung training facilities, yung school, medyo bulok-bulok yung ibang eskulahan. In fact, I addressed that before kasi nakita ko nga may eskwelahan na bulok-bulok at nagmamayari pala mismo mga opisyal ng Marina, and I was glad to know na umatras na yung mga kamag-anak ng opisyal ng Marina at hindi na sila namamahala ng eskwelahan na yon. And then number two, yung sa simulator, hindi compliance yung simulator na ginagamit sa mga eskwelahan na nagtuturo para maging seafarers ang mga kababayan natin, mga Pilipino. It's not at par with the standards set forth by STCW, kaya doon tayo nag-fail, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Pwede po bang maituro yung section sa ating panukalang batas na tutugon sa ating mga pagkukulang under the STCW 1978? Anong section po?
Nasa chapter 14? No.
Page ano yun?
Chapter 16, chapter 16, ito po, section 75, namely, Curriculum Committee, yan yung section 75, Mr. President, Your Honor, and in section 76, Regulation of Training Program and Fees, and then section 77, non-degree courses for seafarers, and then the last but not the least, section 78, implementing guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, ito po ang makakasiguro na siguro yung ating probationary acceptance sa EU ay malilift na po. Sana. Permanently. Hindi na po ginawang conditional. Kasi pag probationary, parang conditional yun. May condition.
Tama po kayo dyan. Tumpa kayo, Your Honor. We're battling for the permanent inclusion.
Tama po. Ito lang pong napansin ko sa ating curriculum committee. It will be chaired by the CHED, and then ang members ay Marina, DMW, DFA, MHEIs, training institutions, academe, ship owners, and manning agencies. Yun, parang nabanggit ko yata ito sa ating sponsor dun sa lounge na bakit na makakasali o makakasama ang ship owners and manning agencies sa paggawa po ng curriculum sa ating maritime education.
Yes, tama ka dyan. I really appreciate that you have that observation, Your Honor, Mr. President, because ship owners are part of the stakeholders simply because yung barko po nila ang sinasampahan po ng mga seafarers. So meron din po silang say pagdating po doon sa compliance, pagdating po sa mga regulasyon na may kinalaman po sa edukasyon at training, Mr. President.
Pati po si manning agency. Ano po ang nakikita nating contribution kaya sa laman ng curriculum na ituturo sa ating mga marine engineering or marine transportation graduates? Ano po ang ating na-anticipate na contribution ng ship owner at saka ng manning agency? Di ba ang manning agency, ano yun? Parang recruiter?
That is correct, Mr. President. Kasi yung manning agency, kapag meron pong violation, halimbawa sa barko, regardless kung nasaan yung barko, at nakita natin na may violation against sa ating seafarer, then we can go after the manning agency. Sila po ang tutugisin at habulin po ng DMW natin for any violation against our seafarers. So that's why kasama rin po silang tinatawag na stakeholders.
So ang ginawa nating committee members ay lahat ng ating ma-envision na stakeholder isanama natin sa curriculum committee. Except that ang mga marino mismo hindi sila kasama.
Yung mga marino kasi, Mr. President, they have their SEC, the Standard Employment Contract. although yung kini-question ninyo na bakit kasama yung manning agency, like I said earlier, just because when it comes to operational aspects of shipping, they are there to match the skills and training of any seafarer para dun sa barko na sasakyan ng seafarer. And then kapag halimbawa nagka-problema, then sila din po ang mananagot sa ating DMW, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Sige po. But basta ang pagkaintindi ko, si manning agency ay agent ni ship owner.
That is correct,
Tama.
Mr.
So, and
President.
we are giving this sector two voices in our curriculum committee. Kasi kasama si ship owner, kasama na si manning agency.
That is
Kasama
correct.
si principal, kasama si agent.
That is correct. Kasi yung shipping owner, hindi naman palaging na-conduct yun because they're based abroad. So ang pinakamabilis na makontak in case of emergency, in case of problem that will arise as a result of the seafarer who would like to file a complaint against the ship owner for any violation, hindi, napakahirap naman kasi, Mr. President, na pupunta pa tayo sa abroad, kukontakin natin sila, yung ship owners, kung saan man sila bansa, whereas yung manning agency nandito lang sa ating bansa, dito lang sa Pilipinas, at madali natin makontak, madali tayong makipag-ugnayan agad sa kanila for whatever reason, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Sige, Mr. President, but itong katanungan ko was only about the curriculum committee sa section 75. Wala pong position dito ang CHED? Wala silang sinabi? Is there any other program na accredited ng CHED na may private sector silang pinapasali to form the curriculum?
Ang CHED, Mr. President, Chairman, pagdating sa curriculum committee. So meron pong say ang CHED at malaki po ang participation dito ng CHED, Your Honor.
Pero dito sa ating dito sa pagkasulat ng ating panukala ba wala there was no comment from CHED as to the composition of the curriculum committee. We just want to make that of record because this representation will also communicate with CHED if this is a normal way of forming a curriculum committee. Mr.
Okay.
President.
I'm happy to inform you, Your Honor, Mr. President, we have informed them about the format and showed them about the format of this bill, and they agreed with it, and they have no complaints, the contents of it, Mr. President. They were consulted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, ang aking point lang is siguro pag curriculum na the best interest of the state ang ating nasa isip, and of course the best interest of the people we are educating, not the best business interest of some sectors of society kasi napasok natin sila sa curriculum committee. But anyway, that's just my opinion, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you.
But they have the right to be consulted, Mr. President, from time to time. Of course, the CHED has a say. Anytime na kailangan natin yung kanilang serbisyo, kailangan natin kanilang opinion and expertise, they're always there to help and to be consulted. And they agreed on that term when us and them came into contact and talk about that issue, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now, itong panukalan natin, pag maging batas ito, this will now be the Magna Carta of Seafarers. Ano po, so batas ito, Magna Carta. Pag sinabi kasi natin Magna Carta, that's the most important piece of legislation for the subject matter.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
ano po ang magiging relationship ng ating Magna Carta sa Labor Code at saka Magna Carta sa DMW law?
Okay. Yung Magna Carta po for seafarers, ito po ay nakafocus para sa domestic and international. Now, dinefine po sa bill na ito ang difference. Ang difference is yung sa route. Whereas, pagdating po doon sa sino may saklaw doon sa dalawa, pagdating po doon sa domestic, saklaw po sila ng batas ng DOLE because they're domestic. Whereas kapag doon sa mga international waters na mga seafarers nagpa-apply international route, then dito papasok po yung DMW. Although under po silang pareho sa Magna Carta for Seafarers, kaya lang yung domestic seafarers meron pong exclusive na section dito sa bill nito which is chapter 14. Chapter 14, Your Honor.
Samantalang yung batas sa DMW ay hindi naman po maapektuhan itong ating Magna Carta.
Hindi naman po, kasi they complement each other,
Apo.
Your Honor, Mr. President.
Except that yun na nga, may napansin tayo na pinalabas natin noong last session na yung definition natin ng seafarers sa ating Magna Carta ay hindi eksaktong tugma na nandun sa DMW Act. Kasi yung fishers, meron tayong pinoint out last time na yung mga fisher folk po natin working in commercial vessels fishing in international waters. Yun po yan.
That is correct, Your Honor. Again, that's a very good observation. And a while ago, I had a long and lengthy discussion with my Legis team, and I'm the one who questioned that. Pareho po yung ating opinion tungkol dyan at pareho yung concern natin. But maganda naman po yung explanation ng team ko at saka ng mga stakeholders, not only my team, but I have with me some members of the stakeholders, and they told me talagang two different animals po yun, yung 188, ILO 188, and then yung MLC 2006. Kasi po, merong exclusive talaga na mga provisions doon po sa ILO 188 na different po sa MLC 2006. Mas mataas po kasing standard ng MLC 2006, so hindi pwedeng pagsamahin sila pareho dahil lugi naman po yung mga fishing vessels na they cannot meet at par with what is at the MLC. Halimbawa dyan, Mr. President, mas mataas ang sweldo, mas maraming benepisyo, hindi po kayang sabayan ng mga owners ng mga fishing vessels, whether that will be domestic or international, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, thank you for that input, Mr. President. So, talagang klaro na sa paggamit natin ng salitang seafarer at saka yung gusto natin maging covered ng ating Magna Carta, imposible na nating ma-accommodate ang ating mga fisher folk na nasa international commercial vessels. Kasi yun ang sabi niyo po, it's unfair. Pero although kung isasama natin sila dito, hindi po ba na yung vessels to be affected are the international ocean-going commercial vessels?
That is correct, Mr. President. Another difference is, iba kasi ang sweldo doon sa commercial na seafaring versus sa fishing vessels na mga seafarer. Iba din po yung benefits nila at iba rin po yung may saklaw na batas sa kanila. Like I said already, Mr. President, ILO 188 covers seafarers involved in the fishing industry, whereas yung MLC, doon naman kinocover yung mga nasa commercial vessels, international commercial vessels other than sa fishing, sa mga fishing vessels.
Dito po sa ating panukala, meron tayong konsepto na standard employment contract para sa seafarers. Sa seafarers na covered. So ibig sabihin nun, sa mga fisher folk pala natin na nare-recruit sa international commercial vessels, are they also do they also have a standard employment contract?
That is precisely right. You're definitely right, Your Honor, Mr. President. Pareho silang merong SEC, Standard Employment Contract. Magkaiba nga lang. Dahil again, yung contract nila sumusunod yung kung sa international ka, then meron kang SEC, yung sa regular seafaring, sumusunod yun sa MLC 2006. At kapag sa fishing vessels ka naman, susunod ka dun sa ILO 188, Your Honor.
Opo. So, pagdating sa seafarers na pasok sa ating definition, they will be governed by the Magna Carta. Ang requirement may standard employment contract. Ngayon po, may sa ating fisher folk sa international commercial vessels, ang requirement ng standard employment contract ay wala sa isang local law, but because of that ILO 88 convention, Mr. President?
That is correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
And then, kung maging batas nito Magna Carta, which is the primary agency to implement this?
DMW, Mr. President.
DMW. Yung mga fisher folk po natin, what will now be the primary agency na sila naman ang sila inaalagaan?
The DMW pa rin, Mr. President.
DMW pa din.
Yes.
Sige po. Except that iba ang mga legal basis ng mga karapatan na pwede
Yung mga
nilang
terms, Mr.
i-invoke.
President.
Salamat po for that for that clarification, Mr. President. Ngayon, dito pong ating definition ng seafarer na nasa page 6, line 11, letter U. Tayo po ba ay nakatingin sa tao na para maging seafarer or nakatingin tayo sa ship covered under this act? Nakasulat dito, Mr. President.
Of course, nakafocus po tayo dun sa tao, Mr. President, kaya ang Magna Carta for Seafarer because more on the people who are on board the ships ang ating pinoprotektahan dito, ang covered dito sa batas natin na ito.
And then sa definition, second paragraph po ng definition, andun po yung word na engage, naka-quotation marks pa nga siya. Paano po yung mga, posible po ba na meron tayong seafarer who is not actively engaged, Mr. President?
If they're not actively engaged, Mr. President, then they're not considered a seafarer. Siguro you're talking about those seafarers na nag-expire na yung contract nila, bumaba na silang barko. Of course, they're no longer covered under this Magna Carta bill because nag-expire na yung contract nila. Unless kung sila mag-sign ng another contract, pagsampan nilang barko, then covered ulit sila nitong Magna Carta, Your Honor.
So parating merong live contract po ito. Itong
Active
ating
and live contract.
Active and live
Yes, sir.
contract. Kasi sinabi po rito sa ating definition, seafarer refers to any Filipino who is engaged, employed, or working in any capacity on board a ship covered under this act. Yung po bang covered under this act refers to, yung phrase na yun refers to the ship. So may we know if what are the ships covered under this act, Mr. President?
Okay. Tama kayo this observation, Mr. President. Seafarers refers to any Filipino who is engaged, employed, or working in any capacity on board a ship. So, halimbawa ako, Mr. President, after na makapasa ako sa lahat ng requirements, certification para maging seafarer, sumampa ako ng barko, then covered po ako nitong batas na ito. Then yung ship na sinampahan ko, hindi po covered. Although, kung meron pong ginawang violation ang ship na yon against me, then meron silang pananagutan dahil sa kanilang pagkukulang against me. Your Honor, Mr. President.
Pero is the sponsor open if the phrase will bring in some confusion, if we can clarify
Yes,
the
Mr.
definition,
President.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. We're open to, especially pagdating sa period of amendment, any suggestion from you, recommendation, of course, that is something that we have to study, and if we see that talaga makatulong sa bill na ito, yung idadagdag niyo po dito sa amendments, periods of amendments, why not? We'll be more than happy to include that, Your Honor.
And then dito po sa page 14, section 28, beginning on line 15, meron pong seafarer dito an SEC, Standard Employment Contract, between the ship owner and the seafarer shall be in writing and shall include, etc. Yung seafarer po ba na gamit ng salita rito ay limitado kay international seafarer o kasama si domestic seafarer?
I'm sorry, which one? Page 14?
Page 14, lines 15 and 16. May seafarer po na salita rito
Okay.
Ano po ang extent ng salitang seafarer? Is that an international seafarer or kasama din po si domestic seafarer?
Dito po, Mr. President, sa page 14, chapters 7, line 15 and 16, this refers exclusively to the international seafarers, Mr. President. Your Honor.
Pag ginamit po ba ang salitang seafarer na labas doon sa chapter for the domestic seafarers, automatic ang ibig sabihin nun, that refers to the international seafarer?
Absolutely right, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, we have to make that clear, Mr. President, kasi meron din kami na-encounter na mga provision na labas sa chapter on the domestic seafarers na ang aming pakiramdam ay dapat covered din si domestic seafarer.
Magandang observation yun yan, Mr. President. But again, dito po sa bill na ito, kaya nga meron exclusive chapter ang domestic seafarers, which is chapter 14. Pero yung suggestion nyo is this is something that we have to study and see kung pwede nga po ma-adapt yung gusto nyo. And we will be in consultation with your team para makikita kung tama nga lang na magkaroon ng another words na kahit nalabas sa Section 14 na para ma-define kung kasama pa rin yung domestic o hindi na talaga.
Opo.
Your Honor.
Yun lang, yun po ang aming point, Mr. President, kung pwede yung mga teams po natin, legislative teams, will go over the bill. Pero gusto ba nating, is that the approach that you want, Mr. President, na yun lang chapter 14 ba yun? Chapter 14 lamang sa ating panukalang batas ang magiging applicable sa domestic seafarers, na paglabas na ng chapter 14, pag may salitang seafarer yun, automatic ang meaning nun is the international seafarer.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President,
so
Your Honor, kasi if you've noticed, time and time again, inuulit ko palagi, mataas kasing standard ng international seafaring. If we're talking about MLC of 2006 versus sa ILO 188, so hindi po pwede silang pagsamahin, baka magkalabo-labo lang, magkaroon ng confusion, Your Honor.
Right section, ano to yun? Definition of terms. Kasi meron po, for example, may mga rights tayo eh. Chapter 3, Seafarers' Rights. So ang pag-interpret ba natin dito, hindi po ito applicable sa domestic seafarer?
Okay, Mr. President, medyo meron tayong gagawin correction. Applicable pa rin pala, Mr. President, Your Honor, even outside Chapter 14, when you say seafarers sa other chapters, it still applies to domestic seafarers.
So, in effect, the entire law applies to domestic seafarers. And then binigyan pa na applicable sa buong Magna Carta sa domestic seafarers, tapos may special chapter pa sa domestic seafarers.
In some chapters, yes, when you say seafarers in this bill, may applicable pa rin po sa mga domestic seafarers, certain chapters. Pero meron silang exclusive chapter, which is chapter 14, para sa mga domestic seafarers lamang.
So apparently, Mr. President, meron tayong ibang siguro provision dyan o paragraphs na ang gamit na salita ay seafarer, pero ang intention natin ay international seafarer lamang ang applicable ito. So, kung merong ganun, siguro it's an omnibus request na lang na balikan natin yun. At if we need to distinguish, we have to distinguish para hindi po tayo malilito sa ating Magna Carta. Kasi potential landmark law ito eh. Kailangan very clear po tayo.
I agree with you totally, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yes, doon sa gagawin nating amendment, isasama po natin yung pinopoint nyo, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Siguro we can adopt the terminology na kung ginamit yata natin sa Chapter 14, Domestic Seafarers, tapos I do not know para sa international kung tama ba yung salitang international seafarers to distinguish the two. So, itanong na lang po natin sa experts kung that is si domestic seafarer, looks like that is the correct term kasi nasa bill na natin yun eh. But si seafarer na hindi po domestic seafarer, bigyan na lang natin ng correct terminology kung talagang dun lang natin linilimit yung applicability ng provision. And then kung meron tayong generic term na seafarer, that means applicable yun sa dalawang klase na seafarer.
For both domestic and international,
Mr. President.
Your Honor.
Just a suggestion, Mr. President.
Thank you for the suggestion. Point well taken, Your Honor.
Ginagamit po nating ito na tinanong ko rin si sponsor, Mr. President, doon sa loob ng lounge. Sabi ko na kasi meron ba tayong mga salita rito or terms dito na may technical meaning? Kasi siyempre industriya ito eh. If it's an industry, merong mga technical terms po yan eh. Ito bang Philippine or foreign registered ocean-going vessels. Yang phrase na yan. Meron po bang technical meaning po yan?
Ocean-going vessels, Mr. President, refers to international seafarers. Kasi po, hindi po siya domestic at hindi po inland yung rota ng vessel na yan. They go to international waters, so open sea. So therefore, that vessel is considered a vessel for international seafarers, Your Honor.
Okay. So, dito lang pumahanap yan sa panukalang batas natin, yung phrase na yun, or ginagamit yan sa yung mga ocean-going vessel, ginagamit ba yan sa international conventions? So, may meaning na po ba yan, technical meaning?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, ginagamit po yan ng ibang bansa rin dahil ito po ay isang probinsyon na nakasaad po sa MLC 2006 na halos lahat ng mga miyembro sinusunod po ito, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, yan ang ating pag-define natin o pag-determine natin sa ocean-going kasi gusto natin siyang i-contrast sa may domestic na rota. So, yung pong bang ating pag-define sa may domestic na rota also has a technical meaning. Itong Philippine registered domestic ships engage in trade and commerce between Philippine ports and within Philippine territorial or internal water.
That is correct.
Ito po ba ay technical phrase din po o technical term?
Yes, Mr. President, in every sense of the word, you're right, that's technical. Kasi nga po, pag sinabi mong domestic vessels for domestic seafarers, yung rota na pinapply nila ay dito sa territory lang po natin, within our territory, meaning inland, they don't go outside our territory. They don't go to open seas. They don't go to international waters, Mr. President. So, diyan po na-define ang difference ng domestic vessels flying domestic routes versus ocean-going vessels flying international routes. Your Honor, ocean-going vessels.
Kasi yung seafarers on board doon sa mga dalawang klaseng vessels na yon will also determine kung domestic seafarers sila or international seafarers sila. Ganun
Precisely
po ba yan?
right,
Apa.
Your Honor, Mr.
So
President.
mahalaga po ito. Ito pong MLC 2006, ang jurisdiction niya ay sa member states, sa ships ng member states that fly its flag. Yun po ba yun? So, yun po bang flying its flag na prinsipyo ay na-adapt po natin dito sa ating panukalang batas?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Yan po ba, when you are Philippine registered, that means you are flying the Philippine flag. Yan po yung meaning nun?
That is correct. That is exactly right, Your Honor.
And there is no foreign registered vessel which can be considered as a domestic ship.
Dito sa atin, no, Mr.
Dito
President.
sa atin.
No. Foreign registered vessels, then doon po sila sa ibang bansa, sa kanilang bansa, Mr. President.
Sige po. Is it possible na mayroong foreigner na empleyado ng isang Philippine registered domestic ship?
No, that's not possible, Mr. President, because that's against our law, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Kahit makakuha siya ng, let's say, employment certificate, marami pong, kahit ang POGO, Mr. President, again, ang dami nagtatrabaho sa Philippine territory, hindi naman justifiable yun, hindi naman kailangan yun. But sure po tayo doon, there is no foreigner employed or working as a seafarer in a Philippine registered domestic ship.
That is correct.
Okay,
Iba kasi yung POGO, Your Honor,
opo.
Mr. President. Iba kasi ito. We have a law defined noong paman na hindi pwede ang mga foreigners na magtrabaho sa Philippine flag vessels and then plying inland territories, because there's also a national issue, national security issue, Mr. President.
Is the sponsor telling us there's a specific law? May specific law against it? Or it's just the general principle na
Cabotage.
employment to? Employment lang. Employment.
Cabotage law. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Your Honor, Mr. President. Cabotage law. Thank you, Sen. Riza.
Bakit sa C?
Cabotage law.
Cabotage
Your Honor.
law? Apo.
Yes,
Sige.
Mr. President.
Double check. Ito pong situation ng ating seafarers with their ship owners and agencies, hindi po ba highly regulated na yan ngayon, Mr. President?
That is correct, highly regulated, Mr. President.
Yes, at this present time. So,
Regulated in the sense that lahat po ng shipping industry, international shipping industry, that is, regulated sila because they have to follow that MLC 2006. Palagi po kasi ang point of basis ng lahat ng seafaring internationally ay yung MLC 2006 na halos lahat ng countries na meron pong commercial vessels flying international routes ay sumusunod po dito sa MLC 2006, Your Honor, Mr. President.
yeah, and yet, parang ang naririnig nating feedback in marami pang kaso against seafarers versus ship owner or manning agency.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Kung tama yung hearing namin kanina, 4,000, if I remember correctly, 4,000 new cases a year.
That is
tama
correct.
po ba yung narinig ko kanina sa budget hearing natin?
Karamihan kasi, yes, Mr. President, tama po yung pagkarinig nyo. Ang kadalasan kasing problema ay more on doon po sa claims sa tinatawag na disability. Doon po nagkakaroon ng maraming kaso kung saan naglalabanan po yung seafarer versus yung ship owners. And of course, the ship owners, ang representative nila dito ay yung manning agency.
Ano po, forgive me, Mr. President, ano po yung masasabi nating top 3 issue ni seafarer against the ship owner or manning agency?
Well, yung breach of contract, isa po yun, Mr. President.
Okay.
Hindi nasusunod yung contract. And then there are times also, this one based on my experience, Mr. President, yung pera na pinapadala nila sa kanilang mga kamag-anak, supposedly dapat it should be on time, hindi nakakarating sa tamang panahon, sa tamang oras. And then isa pa sa mga reklamo nila, Mr. President, they don't have access to information kapag meron silang gustong malaman, may mga kamag-anak. That is, what happened to their relatives na hirapan silang makakuha ng information na yan. Number 3, yung sa illegal dismissal, Mr. President. Yun na, kasama na dun sa breach of contract, hindi pa natatapos yung kanilang contract, dinidismiss sila for a very flimsy reason. So, yun po, pinagsama-sama na the big bulk of the problem, pinagsama-sama yung Mr. President. Of course, tulad na banggit ko nung una, kasama pa rin doon po yung reklamo nila mga seafarers dahil hindi sila nakakuha ng tamang hustisya pagdating sa pag-file ng disability claims against the ship owners, Your Honor.
Pero ngayon, meron na tayong parang structure, sistema, paano nila mapupursu yung kanilang mga grievance. So, paano po ma-improve nitong ating panukala? Kasi ito bang breach of contract, ngayon standard contract na rin yan, di ba? It's a breach of the standard employment contract actually.
That is correct.
So meron na nun. So paano po talaga natin itong ating panukala, paano sila talagang konkretong matutulungan in the sense na mababawasan ba si breach of contract o mapapabilis si desisyon sa kasong breach of contract?
Both, Mr. President, kasi lahat ng contract that our seafarer entered into, yan po ay ni-review or nakakatanggap po ng kopya ang DMW. So at any given time, any given point, nakita po ng seafarer na mayroong violation against his contract, all he needs to do or she needs to do is contact the DMW and DMW will review the contract and then they will do appropriate action pertaining to that seafarer's complaint, Your Honor, Mr. President.
That can be done now.
That can be done now, Mr. President.
So, anong mararamdaman ng natin pagdating dito sa mga labor issues or issues ng seafarers, ship owner and manning agency? Dahil sa may Magna Carta na tayo, mababawasan kaya itong mga issues ng seafarer versus ship owner and manning agency?
Mababawasan po, Mr. President, kasi batas na po itong Magna Carta. Unlike before, kalat-kalat po yung mga karapatan ng ating mga seafarers. Meron yung dole, meron yung marina, etc. Now, yung mga laws pertaining to seafarers na kung saan nakatoka dati doon sa iba't ibang agency ng ating gobyerno, inilagay na po dito sa Magna Carta at batas pa. So hindi na po nakalito, hindi na po confusing kasi in-incorporate na po lahat dito sa Magna Carta of Seafarers, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. President, Honorable Sponsor, dito po sa Chapter 11, Dispute Resolution, Section 48, page 24 po ito, On Board and Onshore Grievance Machinery. Meron, nasa page 25, line 2 naman, ito naman po last sentence ng first paragraph ng Section 48, this grievance must be exhausted as a remedy in order to protect the rights of the Filipino seafarer. Ang worry ko lang dito is baka ma-misapply ito o ma-misinterpret ito na magamit pa yung non-exhaustion of the grievance machinery against the seafarer. So, if we can tighten the words to make sure na the grievance machinery is for the benefit of the seafarer and non-exhaustion cannot be used against the seafarer.
That is correct. Definitely, kapag meron na problema ang isang seafarer, Mr. President, he or she has to use that grievance committee doon po sa barko. And then kapag na-exhaust na niya yung committee na yan, kung ano man yung naging desisyon, and if he or she thinks na hindi favorable sa kanya, then pwede ho siyang, pagdating niya ng Pilipinas, pwede ho siyang mag-file ng case against doon sa ship owners through the manning agency.
Sige po, basta at the proper time, lalo na kung mahanap namin yung mga tamang salita, if we can clarify talaga that the non-exhaustion of this grievance machinery should not be allowed and can never be used against the seafarer. Kasi
It should never be,
baka,
Mr. President.
baka may step na ma-miss magagamit po dahil because of our Section 48.
Tama ka, Mr. President,
Opo.
kasi imbis na favorable itong ginagawa natin, batas na itong bill na ito para sa mga seafarer, later on baka mapagsamantala magamit ng mga ship owners.
Napatagal pa, na-delay pa. Opo.
Na-delay pa, Mr.
And then
President.
ito pong sa ating page 25, second paragraph ng section 48, last sentence, sabi dito, any agreements reached by the parties at the grievance proceeding shall be final and binding. Meron lang po kami naisip dito na baka kasi may representative si seafarer dito at kailangan siguro lumabas yung kailangan siguro yung agreement na ito talagang may pirma ng ating seafarer, Mr.
That is
President.
correct, Mr. President. Kapag nagkaroon po ng agreement at pumirma nga talaga yung seafarer na doon sa ginawang arbitration ng grievance committee, umoke siya doon at merong signature siya, then I don't see any problem with that. Kung para sa kanya resolve na yung kaso, then so be it, Mr. President. And it has to be honored.
Yes, ang akin namang senaryo na ayoko na may magamit pa laban sa seafarer.
That is correct.
And the document does not bear his or her signature or agreement, pero sasabihin hindi, meron kang representative doon o may abogado ka ron, Mr. President.
Standard naman kasi, Mr. President, na kapag sa isang grievance at both parties ay nagkaroon ng agreement to settle without going further, then they have to affix their signatures kung ano po yung nakalagay doon sa agreement na yon. Once both signatures were affixed in that document, then consider it as binding, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yung practice, we just capture it in words talaga para wala talagang lusot, Mr. President.
This is the beauty of what we're doing now, Mr. President. We're talking, and since this is new, kung ano man po yung nakikita nyong maidadagdag nyo, maitutulong nyo para ma-enhance at mapaganda pa itong bill na ito for the benefit of the seafarers, why not? We are very open to any suggestions, to any recommendations para ito pong bill ng seafarers ay talaga magiging para sa seafarers, hindi para kung kanino man, manning agency or ship owners, etc.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ito lang po, Mr. President, meron lang ako na-encounter na isang section, like Section 51, Judgment on the Basis of Certification. Nasa page 26 po yan. Ito po ang kanyang pananalita. No judgment or award resulting in the forfeiture of the seafarers' claims shall be rendered solely on the basis of a defective or questionable fit-to-work certification. In all honesty, Mr. President, and in all humility, hindi ko po ito maintindihan, itong Section 51. Kung pwede pong mapaliwanag po sa representasyon na ito, ano bang ibig sabihin po nitong Section 51, Mr. President?
Paliwanag mo.
Naintindihan niyo ba ito? Section 51? Ano yung...
Siya nga, abogado, nahirapan siya mag-intindi. Paano po ba?
Resulting in the forfeiture. Tapos
Nahilo siya, lalo na
in the basis of a fit-to-work certification, na questionable.
Diba?
Fake.
Ngayon, nagkakahirap kayo. Sige.
Dapat naman
Namiging sa rito. Hindi,
Pare,
tama naman.
ano muna? 1 minute?
1 minute, Mr.
1 minute.
President.
Session suspended.
Yes,
Mr. President, tama ka. I think we have to revisit this portion and change it in a way na madali pong maintindihan, maybe in layman's term, para hindi masyado technical and very very hard to process. So mas maganda, we have to revisit this, and probably with your recommendation, then we can change this provision para mas madali maintindihan, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we'll just revisit the section. Ito pong following questions ko po namin or observations, we will ask the sponsor to refer to his team, no, para medyo legal these are legal questions. For example, Section 86, page 44 po yon. Last sentence, the foregoing offense shall, ayusin ko na po yun, shall prescribe after 5 years from its commission. So, prescription ito ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. So, why is it commission and why is it not from the time it is discovered, Mr. President?
So, sorry, what page?
Page
are you talking about?
44, Section 86, line 8 ng page 44.
Line 8.
Yung last sentence po.
Okay, no more than 4 years or both at the discretion. of the court.
Uh,
And what was your question again, Mr. President?
Why is it not from the date of its discovery, Mr. President? Which will make it prescribed longer. I mean, lahat ng favorable sa seafarer po ang ating hinahanap po rito, Mr. President.
So from the date of the discovery, Mr. President,
Yes,
if that's
yes,
what you're talking
yes.
about, then
Just a
yes,
suggestion, Mr. President, just to
Yes, Mr. President.
to refer to the team.
Yes, Mr. President,
legal
that is
team,
something
Mr.
that
President.
we agree, Mr. President.
Prescription, discovery.
This is because what you're saying now and you're suggesting, Mr. President, is favorable to the seafarers, and this is a Magna Carta of seafarers. Therefore, anything favorable for the seafarers, we definitely agree, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Actually, yun yung point of view namin, Mr. President, when we were reviewing this bill. Lahat dapat pabor sa seafarer, Mr. President. Apo.
Absolutely right, Mr. President.
Ito po, Mr. President, meron tayong Section 43, Paragraph F, page 22 po yun, line 15. Ito po, sinasabi rito yung gastos sa medical care sa ating seafarer pagka nasa isolation or quarantine, dapat sagot ng ship owner until the seafarers are considered to be duly repatriated. So yun po yung gusto naming malaman. Kailan yun? Kailan mag-i-end yung obligasyon ng ship owner sagutin ang medical expenses kasi duly repatriated na po si seafarer. What is the meaning of duly repatriated?
As long as nasa ship yung seafarer, Mr. President, or wala pa ho siya sa Pilipinas o hindi pa siya na-repatriate, then lahat po ng mga medical expenses dapat covered po ng ship owners. Pero once na-repatriate na siya, and then if the seafarers thinks na kulang pa talaga yung gamutan na dapat matanggap niya, and he wants to pursue disability claims against the ship owners dahil ang tinamo niya ay talagang something na hindi na siya makakapagtrabaho, then doon na po yung magkaroon yung process na he or she will file a claim against the ship owner dahil po sa kanyang disability. Ang tawag po doon disability claims. Pero you're right, Mr. President, as long as nasa barko pa yung seafarers at wala pa siya sa Pilipinas, hindi pa siya repatriated, dapat yun all expenses paid, all medical bills up to the last centavo must be covered by the ship owners, Mr. President.
At saka kung pwede po nating klaruhin kailan na dumating na yung kondisyon na duly repatriated na siya kasi doon mag-i-ending yung obligasyon ng ship owner na sagutin yung medical expenses. So yun po yung concern ng representasyon na ito, na klaro sana yung kung kailan duly repatriated na si seafarer kasi parating papaikliin ni ship owner yan or yung mayroong financial obligation, Mr. President.
As long as he's overseas, Mr. President, lahat po ng gastusin tungkol sa kanyang pagpapamedical, pagpapagamot, talagang covered po dapat yun ng ship owners. Pero once na siya po ay repatriated na at yung kanyang contract ay tapos na, then labas na po doon ang ship owners unless kung magkukontinue, like I said, the seafarer would like to pursue a case against the ship owner kasi he feels na disabled na siya as a result of if it's an accident or an illness, then pwede niya pang ipagpatuloy yun, yung pagpafile ng claim against the seafarer. Of course, may dadaan ng proseso yun kung talagang siya po ay makakatanggap pa ng additional claims, Mr. President. Your Honor.
Ito pong konsepto ng duly repatriated ay naulit din natin sa Section 56 na sa page 28, line 9. Pero ang paggagamit natin dito, until the seafarers have been duly repatriated to the repatriation destination. So, meron naman bagong konsepto po ito. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng repatriation destination po na nasa page 28, line 10?
Yeah, when you say repatriation, dito po sa page 6, line 4, it's very clear, it's defined, Mr. President. It says here, refers to the process of returning a seafarer to the point of destination, which shall be the point of hire, so or the seafarer's place of domicile. So, ang repatriation, once na siya po ay naibalik o naihatid doon sa lugar na kung saan po siya na-hire, which is halimbawa in this case, Filipino seafarer sa Pilipinas, and it could be seafarer's place of domicile, na yun po yung pinili niya, halimbawa sa Davao siya, so hanggang sa siya po matid sa Davao kasi yun po yung place of domicile niya.
At yan po ay dapat nakasulat na o klaro na sa standard employment contract.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Pero ito, wala pong Pilipino na seafarer na ang kanyang point of hire ay labas ng Pilipinas. Bawal po yun.
Bawal po yung Mr. President kasi dito yung contract niya mag-uumpisa sa Pilipinas as a Filipino seafarer. So dito po ang kinukonsider point of origin, point of hire ng sino man pong seafarer. Your Honor, Mr. President.
Pareho sa same section 56 po, no? Page 28. Yung line 10, yung last sentence po ng section 56. Thereafter, medical care and quarantine expenses for repatriation to the point of destination shall be borne by the Philippine government following the whole of government approach in the management of epidemics and pandemics. Pinapasalo na po natin sa, meron pang segment na dapat sagot ni ship owner, pinapasalo na po natin sa Philippine government.
Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Actually, kanina ko rin po naisip itong maikling point of interjection dun sa naunang tanong sa interpellation ni Minority Leader kay Chair. At bilang co-author sa Chair, baka po gusto rin nating i-revisit both yung intent at yung language nung naunang probisyong iyon at ito kasi baka pandemic context. Kaya yung mga particular terms ng quarantine, isolation, pandemic and epidemics. So baka gusto po nating i-consider at the proper time, palawakin ulit sa lahat ng mga health situations na maaring kaharapin ng ating mga seafarers kung kailan mangangailangan sila at karapatan nila makatanggap nung libreng medical care mula sa kanilang ship owners. So for the consideration po ng Chair and of course the good minority leader.
Thank you,
Salamat,
Sen.
Mr.
Risa.
President.
Thank you, Sen. Risa.
Actually, yung observation po ng ating Deputy Minority Leader, tama kasi actually itong batas na ito, itong panukalang batas na ito, may mention pa ng COVID-19 eh. Very specific, hindi ko na matandaan kung anong section yun, basta, section 43, nandito po. Nakabanggit po yung COVID-19. So ito po, but back to my question, ito po bang last sentence ng section 56, page 28? Hindi pa nakarating sa point of destination ang ating seafarer, pero posibleng ipasalo na sa gobyerno ng Pilipinas ang paggagastos, Mr. President?
Yeah, this is something that we have to revisit again, Mr. President, kasi may mga restrictions kasi as to coverage ng ship owners with the pandemic in mind when this bill was crafted. So, tama kayo, Mr. President, this has to be revisited. Dapat siguro yung mga wordings dito medyo i-change para mas malawak ang magiging sense of coverage under this bill for the seafarers, Mr. President, na at the same time, hindi, habang maaari, hindi panagutin natin gobyerno na when in fact responsibility dapat yun ng ship owners.
Sige po, yun ang gusto nating makapture sa provision na sa ating sections na ang rule talaga ang rule talaga rito is sa Section 56, hindi lang ito pang epidemic o pandemic, pati infection nakasulat po rito. So, basta ang pangangalaga sa ating seafarer, sa kanyang kalusugan, lalo na kung nagkasakit siya, ay salo ng ship owner or manning agency hanggang sa point na nakasabi sa kontrata na doon ang galing ang ating seafarer.
Tama ka, Mr. President, na dapat din magsagot ng ating gobyerno. Siguro, Mr. President, kung halimbawa nangyari ngayon na he has to be repatriated whether pandemic man o hindi, kailangan talaga dapat sagot ng ship owners.
Correct.
So, siguro, when this bill was crafted, yung legal team ko, they were thinking about those OFWs na kung saan ay nawalan ng trabaho, yung land-based nawalan ng trabaho, yung kanilang mga amo, so they don't know where to go and what to do. So this is when tayo na po ang sasalo sa repatriation nila, yung pera nating gobyerno ang sasalo niyan, just like what happened doon sa insidente sa Sudan na nagkaroon ng kaguluhan at yung mga amo ng mga OFWs natin, wala na rin kakayahan o nagkanya-kanyang taguan for their own safety. So this is when our government comes in para sila ay ma-repatriate using government funds. In this case, sabi niyo, Mr. President, tama kayo, doon sa iba naman yung kaso ng sa Seafarers, dapat talaga yung ship owners ang mag-cover niyan from the point na nagkaroon ng problema, nagkasakit yung ating seafarers up to the point na siya ay ma-repatriate at mahatid. Dapat yun lahat sagot ng ship owners, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Opo. And of course, nothing prevents the government from helping.
Maliban na lang, halimbawa, Mr. President.
Yes.
Halimbawa, yung ship owners, yung seafarers ang may problema, may kasalanan, siya po ay na-involved sa mga illegal activities na the reason para siya po ay ma-expel. Kunyari, involved po siya sa smuggling, involved po siya sa gambling, involved po siya sa pagbebenta ng illegal drugs, and then agad-agad ma-expel po siya. So when he is repatriated, then that's the time na hindi na po sagot yun ng ship owners kasi nga po na-expel na siya. Doon siguro papasok yung ating gobyerno na sasagutin siya using government funds yung kanyang repatriation pabalik ng Pilipinas, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. Best siguro hindi na natin kailangan banggitin yan kasi nasa programa naman ng gobyerno na yan salo na. Pero ang binabanggit natin dito is the extent ng obligasyon ni ship owner and manning agency. So,
That is correct.
Okay,
It has to be well defined.
Wag natin sila bigyan ng ikyas ba? Or
wag natin sila bigyan butas.
Escape valve, Mr. President.
Butas na para malusutan nila, Mr. President. I agree with you totally, Your Honor.
Tama, Mr. President. Ngayon, tungkol pa rin sa repatriation, ito pong Section 57 natin, nasa page 28 din po, ay waiver of entitlement to repatriation. Hindi po ba mas maganda, hindi na natin ito kailangan sabihin, ang isang seafarer na ayaw magpa-repatriate, wag na niyang invoke yung karapatan niya. It's a right eh. It's a right. I mean, you can waive a right, Mr. President.
Oh, you know what, Mr. President, Your Honor, yeah, that makes sense. What you're trying to point out here, I agree with you totally. However, ito po kasing section na ito po ay nakasaad sa MLC 2006, and like I said from the get-go, we have to abide and we have to follow what is being stipulated doon po sa MLC 2006. Pero you're right, Mr. President, for me, this is self-explanatory. Actually, parang it doesn't make sense. Pero yun po yung nakasaad sa MLC 2006. So kailan tayong sumunod, Mr. President, since tayo po signatory at nag-ratify tayo?
Well, Mr. President, at any rate, parang it's a benefit or a right given to a seafarer. So, whether the law says I can waive it or not, I can actually waive it, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, you're right.
Kasi pag isusulat kasi natin dyan, baka ma-highlight pa natin yung waivability of this entitlement at baka may mga maisulat pa po na mga fine print po sa ating standard sa employment contracts in addition to the standard words, Mr. President.
Tama ka dyan, Mr. President. Siguro for the sake of compliance, para makita po ng MLC na very compliant po tayo doon sa mga provision nila, kung ano po na pag-usapan during the convention, I think that's the main point here, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Sige, Mr. President, I will just, siguro with the help of our sponsor, if he can point out to us the specific provision sa MLC 2006. Anyway, ano na po, legis to legis, Mr. President, legis staff to legis staff na po yan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sa 19B po, Mr. President,
Okay, Mr. President.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With your indulgence, dito kasi sa Section 57 nga pala pa rin, it says here, no such waiver shall be allowed or presumed when a seafarer is abandoned, held captive on or off the ship as a result of acts of piracy or armed robbery against the ship, or is incapable of traveling, blah, 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 and cause the effect of seafarers' safety and security. So, meron din po, saan dito?
Actually, we can make it even an even stricter rule that no, the waiver will never be presumed, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And then the waiver is allowed in the sense that you do not demand you do not demand it. Therefore you're waiving it, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree with you totally, wholeheartedly, Your Honor.
Basta katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, Mr. President, we were going over this bill, panukalang batas talagang ang tinitutukan namin, paano natin papalakasin talaga ang mga karapatan ng ating mga seafarers, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr.
For
President.
example, Mr. President, ito ang ating, tumalo na muna ako sa akin. Section 29, for example.
Okay.
Sa Section 29, ewan ko anong page ba ito? Ang ating rene-regulate sa Section 29 would be hours of rest, Mr. President. Samantalang, sa ibang provision, and then normally, kahit sa labor code, it's hours of work po yung ating rene-regulate. Bakit umiba yung ating parang point of view rito na from work, tumingin tayo sa rest, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President, kasi iba kasi yung seafarers kumpara doon po sa mga land-based na mga workers, kasi there are times na they're needed more than the 8 hours work. There are times that they are being requested to work more than 12 hours, but there is a set amount of hours that they can only be allowed to work, and we are more concerned on their rest, Mr. President, para hindi po sila maabuso, para yung kanilang mental health at the same time ay mapalagaan din dahil hindi po madali ang magtrabaho sa laot, given the fact na nandiyan po yung hirap ng trabaho nila, plus maalon, malayo sila sa kanilang pamilya, etc., etc. So, we use that word rest to make sure na hindi po maabuso yung ating mga seafarers pagdating sa working hours nila, Mr. President, meaning talagang we still are focused doon po sa kapakanan nila, Mr. President, hindi po doon sa kapakanan na may-ari ng barko, Your Honor. At the same time, adding to that, Mr. President, para sa kanilang safety din, kasi kung overwork sila, Mr. President, prone sila sa accident. Kaya diyan kuminsan nagkakaroon ng problema, Mr. President, pagod, puyat yung ating seafarer, o nga, pinagpahinga siya, pinagtrabaho lang siya ng 12 hours, and then the following day pinagtrabaho siya ng 15, and then the following day pinagtrabaho lang siya ng 3, and then if you add it up, lumampas po dun sa prescribed na time na talagang given hours for him to rest at hindi nasunod yun, he will be prone to accident. Marami na pong ganung insidente dahil pagod po yung seafarer, madali po siya nadudulas, nahuhulog, na-overboard, gone overboard yung mga workers, yung mga seafarers, Mr. President.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Although sa ating chapter, ano ba yung sa ating domestic seafarer. Samantalang yung ating section 61 nasa page 30 para ito sa domestic seafarers. naka-focus po tayo sa work hours of work dito po. And then meron tayong sentence dito na in addition, waiting time shall not be considered as compensable working time if the seafarer is completely relieved from duty and can use the time effectively for one's own purpose. So, is waiting time the same as rest time, Mr. President?
Okay, you're talking about domestic. Kaya
Yes,
medyo
domestic po.
na-confuse
Opo,
ako.
domestic na po ito.
Mr. President. Kasi nga po sa domestic, mas shorter po yung voyage nila, mas shorter po yung duty nila kumpara po sa international seafarers na so many months at a time sila po ay nasa dagat. So kaya nga pinapangalagaan po natin yung kanilang tinatawag na rest time. Whereas dito po sa domestic, ginamit natin yung waiting time kasi pagbaba nila ng barko after a week or so or 2 weeks, bumababa sila ng barko, then meron silang tinatawag na waiting time bago sila sumampa ulit ng barko, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. So waiting time has a special meaning in the sense that this is time spent not on board the ship, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Okay.
Kasi nga po, pagdating sa domestic seafarers, Mr. President, from Manila, halimbawa, pupunta sila ng Cebu, and then pagdating sa Cebu, pwede silang bumaba, and then yung barko po magkakarga, kung ano mang pwedeng gawin, and then meron dong waiting time while they are off the ship,
Okay.
Mr. President. So because they're domestic seafarers, so doon po yung differentiate nila between rest time doon sa mga international seafarers, because international seafarers, yung contract nila diretso talaga for 11 months at a time or 12 months at a time. So they're longer po yung kanilang duty time versus dito po sa domestic na much shorter, Your Honor.
But in both cases, Mr. President, ito sa seafarers' point of view, both international and domestic, while on board the ship and seaborne, there will be the concept of hours of rest is still applicable, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. The difference is yung pong domestic, Mr. President, maiksi lang po yung voyage nila. It will only take a few days, 1 week at the most. So nakakapag-rest sila, Mr. President, unlike po doon sa international seafarers, tuloy-tuloy po yung trabaho nila kahit na meron tinatawag na port of call, and then sasampa ulit sila at mag-work na naman sila for many hours at end. So that is what makes the difference, Mr. President.
Basta Mr. President, basta klaro tayo na itong waiting time na ginagamit sa Section 61, page 30 po, means the time of the seafarer not on board the sea vessel?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Okay, but problema kasi it is found under Section 61 na ang title po niya ay maximum hours of work and minimum hours of rest, Mr. President.
That is for the international seafarers.
That's why I thought waiting time is connected with hours of work and hours of rest, Mr. President. Samantalang si hours of rest actually is a concept maybe applicable to the seafarer while seaborne, Mr. President. Kasi kung 1 week kayo sa ocean, hindi naman ibig sabihin 1 week ka expected magtrabaho. You have also hours of rest dun, Mr. President. But are those time na hours of rest ka? Is that waiting time, Mr. President?
If you're talking about domestic, Mr. President, ang pinakamahaba siguro, 1 week na siguro from say Manila to any province, wala pa akong alam na magbibiyahe na more than 1 week, Mr. President. So mas maiksi po yung voyage time nila kumpara po sa international na from one country to another, which will take more than a week or 2 weeks. So much longer po yung time na they have to put in. That's why we use the word they must rest period as opposed to waiting period. So dinidepreciate natin yun. Like I said, for safety reasons, kailangan talaga mabigyan sila ng well-defined work hours pertaining especially to rest para mapangalagaan po yung kanilang kaligtasan, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you for the response from our sponsor, but pasensya na lang, Mr. Sponsor. Siyempre, of course, this is not my field, no? But is waiting time a technical term in the maritime industry, Mr. President?
Okay, Mr. President, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We have to revisit then again, and maybe we have to make a clear, differentiated, that make a clear distinction pertaining to that, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So siguro, Mr. President, given the lateness of the hour, itong other questions din naman namin na of the same nature na, dinadaanan na natin yung mga technical terms or words ng ating bill. Maybe I can just ask my legislative staff to communicate with these honors legislative staff, Mr. President, so that we can be clarified sa mga ibang mga topics pa po na
Thank you, Mr.
covered po.
President.
Opo.
Definitely, absolutely, positively, you're right. That we will do. My team and your team will sit down and discuss matters that has been that you pointed out here that you believe has to be amended or revisit para maging mas klaro at mas madali maintindihan for the benefit of the seafarers. Why not, Mr. President? I already talked to my Legis team here, and they're more than happy and willing to sit down with your Legis team, Mr. President. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lalo na marami din kami katanungan doon sa abandoned seafarers natin eh. So, i-clarify na lang po natin yun. Lalo na kung gusto natin siya bigyan ng mga karapatan, financial security pa.
Correct.
Pero
Yes, sir.
abandoned na siya. Pero sino na-expect natin na sasagot ng financial? Si ship owner pa rin na, Mr. President. So, parang ganun na, we need some clarification on the rights of our abandoned
That is correct,
seafarers, Mr. President.
That is correct. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, siguro, with the permission of our sponsor, if we can suspend so that we can go over these details na, minutely na to. We really went over the bill minutely, Mr. President, word for word. Ang dala namin point of view, mga seafarers po kami para siguraduhin natin na talagang kami ang magbibenepisyo dito sa ating panukala.
Any place, anytime, Mr. President. My team is ready to coordinate with your team, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So with the permission of the honorable sponsor, if we can suspend our interpellation, Mr. President.
You mean, Mr. President, after this, meron pa ulit tayong interpellation?
Depends kasi sa
Wala na siguro, Mr. President.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Ano ba maganda?
Yes, Mr. President, during the break, was an exchange of thoughts and ideas with regard to perfecting this very important landmark legislation. And may I move that we recognize the distinguished minority leader for
Our
his
distinguished minority
manifestation.
floor leader, Senator Pimentel.
Yes,
is
thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. We have reached a, ang tawag mo dun,
Consensus?
well, no, an agreement with the sponsor that we will have open communication lines regarding this bill and modus vivendi, a working arrangement, Mr. President, in order to more or less, lagyan lang natin sa quotation marks, perfect the bill, Mr. President. I believe I can already terminate my interpellation on the measure, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished minority floor leader. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, as this representation also spoke with Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debates without prejudice, Mr. President, to asking further questions during the period of amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
President.
much.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, September 12, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Therefore, we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, September 12, 2023. Have a
Thank you,
good
Mr.
evening,
President.
everyone.